Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, November the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys in the main room can hear me and see my screen. Would somebody do me the favor in YouTube? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Anybody in YouTube, if you could just put a yes, that'd be great. So I asked if Poe was here because Poe says I am the luckiest guy alive. I escaped MTVA, guys. It was a Houdini-like escape. So, I don't often trade in the pre-market, but I did see this one. It popped over a dollar. Actually, the first time it popped over a dollar, um, got about $1.03, and then it dropped, and I got out. And then I said, okay, try it again. It got got up to $1.04. Decided to take it again. Didn't quite write it all the way up to 120. Got most of it out around 116, and then the drop. My goodness, it just absolutely dropped. Now it's coming over a dollar again, but so I don't like these because you got to take a lot of shares, and this dropped like nothing from 120 down to 95 cents in a heartbeat. So anyway, that's my MTVA journey this morning. Thank you, Shaw. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure you can hear me. So, other things happening. MSG. Now, the one I really missed was where are you? NVTS. Huge opportunity to short. Where is it? They did a financing. Yeah, I saw this. I saw the financing news right up here. It was already down quite a bit. And I thought, oh, okay, how much further can it go? And then I looked at the financing news because I didn't know it was financing news. Then I saw it was a 675 financing. I said, wow, you should take some. And I didn't. I just missed it. This went from 839 down to 733, just like that. Still above the financing price of 675. And there were a ton of shares available, 1.5 million at Interactive Brokers. I missed out on that one. So MSGM, this is an earnings play. Big move, 113%, 2.4 million in the float. Big move. Not shortable for me. Morning, Mohammed. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So trading higher after the company reported a year-over-year increase in Q3 sales. GIFI, I didn't really, is this what is not a SPAC? It looks like a GIFI. I don't think I've seen this one before. They filed an 8K. I don't know what's in it. Okay, entry into an agreement and plan of merger. The merger of IES Merger Sub, a Louisiana. So it's going to be some kind of a merger. So that's the reason for the pop right now. You really? Hermes? Really? It's pretty brutal. BKYI, guys, BKYI. This is so if you're looking for sub $1 stocks, here's one sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Next high is 98. We're going to get there this morning. We got a little bit above that. If it takes that out again, 117. And of course, a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago, got all the way up to $2. Secures a defense contract for Middle East company. Okay, unnamed. And remember how this was a high flyer, DTCK, Singaporean stock, flying high day after day after day after day. Splat down 63%. I don't see any news on it. I think it's just one of those that, yeah, I don't see any news, no reason. It's not an earnings play, of course. It's just because somebody decided to put a big sell order in, and that's it. Because there was really no reason for it to move up. At least I don't recall seeing any news. It was just one of these trading vehicles, and that was it. GMed. Oh yeah, so this is an earnings play. Yeah, this is could be interesting, guys. It's holding its own. This is an earnings play after a Q3 results beat, and then probably guiding well too. So that's a big move. Because it's 111 million in the float, so certainly a large enough. It's a big float to move 24%. So that's a great move for this one. It isn't an all-time high. It is not an all-time high, but let's see what happens once this market opens. Wow, once 9:30 happens, the market's opened. Hilly, HLLY was super active. This is one that I just didn't get up in time. Might have taken a flyer on this. HLLY though got up to what 384, but coming into potentially all this resistance anyway. So not sitting on the VWAP though, sitting on the VWAP, and it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Company reported better than expected Q3 sales. They still lost money. Actually, they may not have lost money, but they had 3 cents a share, but that missed by 2 cents. But the revenue beat, so they were being rewarded for that, I guess. Yeah, I'm looking at Bitcoin. Wow, I see. Yeah, I see 99,991 for Bitcoin right now. Okay, guys. You know what? I saw XYZ. I was wondering, that's a strange name for a company, but yeah, I did see it. Earnings play. Yeah, just clicking on it. Hmm. I mean, big drop, obviously, through the 200-day moving average. Let's target low to 82 from 96 at Goldman Sachs. What are we now? So they still are thinking it might Oppenheimer, the same thing, Bank of America. So the analysts, whatever you want to call these guys, they're coming in and they still have price targets above the current price, but they've reduced their previous price target. I will thumbnail that one, XYZ. I will thumbnail it. Market is weakening to start again, guys. SPY's down 2 points. It should have been called XYZCB if it hadn't been taken. Hmm. Usually I'm pretty good at your cryptic comments, but let me try to figure that one out. We're not talking about CB radios. Oh, no, no, sorry. No way, man. Not on that one. That was too, I know Charlie Brown is Blockhead and that XYZ is Block, yes. No, I wouldn't have got that one. All right, guys. So let's see now. What else does it have? Zone. Okay, I'm just looking, trying to find some earnings plays. Rue opens an earnings play. Yikes. Open is an earnings play and down on earnings. Open. I know Shady trade. I don't know if he holds a position. I know he trades it just about every day. He's really good at finding areas to take some getting in and out. But this is an earnings play, so I don't have no idea if he's holding any. Well, I'm looking at all these stocks that were really flying before. Look at Sweet Green. I mean, I remember. I do remember. I mean, it's 2000. It's last year when this was up in the $40 level. SG $5 now. Frog is also an earnings play, guys. It's kind of holding its own. The Sandler maintaining coverage with target of 60, so it's basically there. I may have had a shot if you'd said Peanuts character or something like that, but not with the CB, just out of nowhere. All right, guys, 912. Well, let's see. Let's take a look at some of the sectors now. Boy, look at the nukes and the quants. All right, so energy is still above. Okay, energy is still above. XLE is still above the 200-day moving average. I'm going to go through them all. I want to just see all the major ones anyway. XRT, retail. Let's see where retail is. Well, I cannot see the 200-day. I'm going to have to. There. Wow, look at that. Getting closer. Getting close. You know, remember now the retailers make most of their money if they're going to make money in this period between now and Christmas. So Black Friday and Christmas. So XLV healthcare. You know, it's funny. I mean, it's a pretty strong sector still. Communications, XLC. Well, you know, for many months you could not even see the 200-day moving average, but there it is, a glimpse of it. XLK. Can't see it, but it's down there somewhere. Financials is a big one, obviously. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's getting closer to that 200-day moving average. And XLP, well, I mean, Staples has been down below that for several weeks, several months now. Really, ever since August. And discretionary still above. This was the one that caught me by surprise. The material sector. So yeah, below. Now the flight to safety, in theory. Let's take a look at XLU. Yeah, well, XLU, I'm surprised it's moving down, but a lot of people, what they do is when they're getting jittery in the market, they go into the dividend-bearing stocks, which a lot of these utilities are. Still above. And let's take a look at the semis. How close is it? Now it's still way above. Well, you can just see a little sliver there. This thing with this $1 trillion options payout, they're so worried that he says he'll walk if he doesn't get it. It's pretty scary when you think about it because, what if something happens to him tomorrow? An accident or something happens. I mean, obviously the stock will crater anyway. Yeah, I showed you briefly. Look at the gap downs, guys. These are all individual stocks. These are not repeats. Okay, these are individual stocks. When I say not repeat, you're not seeing this. You're not seeing not seeing the symbol over and over again as it makes new lows. And here are the gap ups. So I haven't seen a day like this for a while. I mean, when I saw this, I thought, man, maybe the market is down about 20, but nope. I mean, it's only down 3 points. The SPY is anyway. Three little letters, Grumpy. EGO. Because you're right. There's no. I mean, after your first billion, how many more? Yeah, it's just ego. Well, my opinion. I mean, I don't know what motivates the guy, but guys, we're talking about Wendy's. Wendy's, yeah, it's an earnings play. Wendy's to close restaurants. You mean Tim Cook? You meant Tim Cook, right? But you know what? I mean, at least Apple shares have not. I mean, I know they're falling now in a lot of the tech companies, but well, they're not that bad. So I mean, it's not maybe innovation in terms of stuff, but I mean, it certainly hasn't hurt the share price, has it? All right, guys. Well, as William was saying, XYZ is starting to drift down a bit. This might be an interesting short. The low of the day, or the low of the pre-market, is just under 60. I'll put a price alert there, see if it happens. Now, I actually looked to see if the BLLN, the big one from yesterday, still holding over 100. No shorts yet available. Interactive brokers, no shorts available. A little surprised, but there are shorts available for Arrow, the other one that came out, 100,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. I've got a price alert underneath 20 just to see if it takes it out. Morning, Aussie. Well, if the market bounces at all, you're going to see, you see a lot of plays that are just down because the market's down, not so much because they had bad earnings or any other bad news. So may turn into my favorite day, though the market is not down that much. It's only down, but it could continue down, of course, once 9:30 happens. Well, if you know the whole story of Apple before, I mean, they basically were going to be bought by Microsoft. And then they came up with the iPod. Yeah, the iPod. Basically, the worst, one of the worst corporate decisions in history was Sony. Had that entire market. The Sony Walkman had that entire market. Anyway, it's an interesting story. All right, guys, 9:22. So what I'm going to do now is save my layout, and then I'm going to load my 9:30 layout. Now I'm on a new development version, and there was already a bug. So, so I'm hoping. I think I'm going to be okay, but I have to bear that in mind, though. Okay. The other thing I want to take a look at. All right. Have I not talked? I think I've talked about. No, I didn't mention PCT. Okay, I did not talk about PCT. So let's take a look at that one. These I've already talked about. These are the top six from my pre-market actives up. So there's PCT, pure cycle. It is an earnings play. Okay. Let's see, 1173. If it takes that out, then you've got 12. So I don't know, between here and 12 could be resistance. Now, if it can take out 12, you know what? I have to put a price alert here. You never know these things. I'm going to put a price alert around 1210. Well, you know what? Well, I shouldn't even mention. I should not have mentioned it. Okay, it's something that nobody would even notice. Okay, so I shouldn't have mentioned that there was. It's something that nobody would even notice. But you're right to a certain extent. But they want me to because I'm the one who uses it the most over the course of the day in day out. It's something that you guys would not have even noticed. I shouldn't have said anything. All right, PCT guys. So this is the sort of the merger buyout. That's why it's flatlining, the GIFI. Okay, guys. Yeah, I have that one thumbnailed, Obi, the STGW. Interested to see if it would do anything today. A real disappointment yesterday. Look at this. I mean, I got up to 690, and there's where it closed, down at 559. Little pop, a little bit of a pop. Had all that news yesterday, but it certainly did not help it. Well, it was an earnings, but what was it? It was an earnings play, but that wasn't the reason. Now, Needham is raising the price target from, excuse me, from where did they come up with 636? Okay, to 725. Michelle in our YouTube room. GRWG. I don't think I mentioned this one, guys. GRWG 63, the Grow Generation earnings play, and it's kind I don't like it. I mean, look, looking left, the next highs are pretty darn close, so I don't really like it. I don't see TEED today. I saw TEED yesterday, something I've never seen before. I don't think TEAD. Well, okay, good luck. Yeah, 32,000 shares. It's I guess it was an IP of something. It started trading as TEED a few months ago. I think I saw it when it got above $1. All right, guys, 9:29. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Wendy's making a new high here, guys. New pre-market high. Now the MGTA, it's sneaking up MTVA, sorry, MTVA, sneaking above $1 again. All right, guys, we're now open. So there's quadruple U showing up here. Hmm. Well, William, XYZ actually bounced. XYZ 61 to 65, like just like that. And Wendy's pulled back almost immediately. Look at that. Went from 10 down to 1060 just like that. I'd be inclined to, boy, short a lot of these tops. So the market opened with a big red bar. Okay. And we have a halt, guys, already. DTCK halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah. Well, maybe not. Hard to know. Well, it looks like it's a down bar, of course, but 246 is the halt price, but potential open in the 270 level. Again, this screen is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales, interactive brokers. There's their halt price. Column over here, trying to tell you perhaps where it could open. Usually there are 5-minute halts. From yesterday, guys, this was a big one yesterday. FCLY, big one from yesterday, earnings play. It basically rode almost closed at the high, and we're right at yesterday's high. FSLY was a great earnings play. Oh, CIFR obviously giving it up. But it's early. It is early. You're going to get some wild swings on the first 15 minutes, where I typically that's what I why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. MSGM though. Okay, now there's Arrow. Now, shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Arrow. Ah, we fixed it. And there's the MSGM. I think Shady's in this one. Now there's the VWAP. Well, let's see if we can get through the VWAP. So we get the arrow up again. Okay, guys. So the arrow chart has been fixed. Okay, remember yesterday this is an IPO, but another stock had that symbol, or another company had that symbol. Stopped trading in 2021. We saw it, so that's good. All right, guys. Well, listen, if the market turns around a lot, you know what? Or a bit anyway. I've actually got my bouncers toppers on another monitor to see, just maybe try to take advantage of some of the stocks that might rebound if only if the market starts to move. Rocket Lab. So the interesting thing to see here is anything in green, certainly bucking the trend. There's figs. Earnings play. Okay, figs is an earnings play, guys. So I mean, this could be a sneaky one today. Target raised to $10 from 750 at Roth. Bitcoin is still just a little bit under 100,000, 99, well, 997, 99,000, sorry, 99,700. Boy, look at that SMR. Yikes, guys. Another big red bar down. No, two in a row now. Big will sell off right off the bat. DraftKings had earnings yesterday. Now, didn't I read that ESPN is now going to be using DraftKings instead of Penn? That was the reason for Penn's big drop yesterday. Because it was not an earnings play. I remember I couldn't see why it was dropping so much. But I read this morning that something about ESPN dropping them. I'm going to be using DraftKings I'm sorry, it was an earnings play yesterday. I'm sorry, it was. This is what I'm talking about. ESPN taps DraftKings as sports betting partner, and after ending the partnership with Penn. So that was, not only was it an earnings play, but it was also that. Well, I'm sitting on my hands right now. The only thing I might do is maybe a short of this arrow. I want to. How much volume is there? That's the problem. Not much volume. 38,000. I mean, it may not matter, but underneath 20. The low yesterday was 19. So I mean, if you're looking for, I mean, look at anything that's green here and see what's happening. There's grinder. So the next, I mean, it's not an earning. I don't think it's an earnings play. The next high is 1623. I mean, in another market, this would be really interesting. Hard to get long stuff for me anyway. I mean, look at that, 82% of the tickers through here. Now there's a lot of, it's not 80, not individual stocks. It's over and over and over again. So there's PSIX, keep making new low after new low after new low. Okay. So I'd be looking at, I mean, our AI's got some longs, but I'd be looking at these shorts. This is an earnings play, guys. Docs is an earnings play. DOCS is an earnings play. Right on, sitting on the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert a little bit under, say 56.82, and see if it takes it out. That is for the docs, DOCS. The spread is not great. 70.01, 56.70, 57.01. It's not great. Not terrible for a $56 stock, but where's that VWAP? The VWAP is 57.18, 57, okay, in that area. So it's still hanging a little bit below. Ooh, I have this one thumbnail. I was looking to take it myself, but MSGM really starting to give it up. See if there's any support. Well, yeah, again, I know people don't necessarily think the VWAP means anything, but there it is. It came into the VWAP a couple of times. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, MSGM. Not shortable for me. Well, this one on the way up, guys, actually, probably an earnings play. GigaCloud, yeah, this is an earnings play. 29.90 high, it got up to 30. Well, you know what? I mean, if this can keep over 30, 31.75 is the next high looking left. This is certainly bucking the trend of the market being down, up 16%. This is an earnings play, GCT, low float, 24 million. CHYM, this has been an active one over the last few days. CHYM, so it's almost at yesterday's high. It takes that out, 1963. So a little bit of room. Sorry, guys. Nice move. Well, it took out yesterday's high now. The next high is 1958. Well, Monster Beverage is doing well today. An earnings play today. MNST doing very well today, actually. Lifetime high. Lifetime high for Monster Beverage. How about that? What do you think of that one, Pepe? As poisonous as Celsius? But look at this, though, guys. I mean, this is a lifetime high now for Monster Beverage. Gold been raised price to 80 from 77. Another halt here, guys. MFH halted. Or sorry, resumed. It resumed. We got halted at 1019 and not a big pop. Okay, is this an earnings play? WSC, this might be interesting. WSC. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Look at this. Wow. Big, big moves. Well, seriously, a tale of two sports beverages, I guess that's what we'll call them. But because look at the CELH. I mean, this is halfway between it in its lifetime range. And of course, had earnings yesterday, got thumped down, whereas Monster just had an explosive move today and an all-time high. All right. Well, Kodak has earnings. Do we care? 718 is the next high. There's one from yesterday, Dawn from yesterday. So is that the high of yesterday now? Huge move, yeah. 2 days ago. There was an earnings play 2 days ago, the AWN. I'm looking for bounce plays, guys. I am looking for bounce plays. If the market ever, so far, we have not really had a bounce. I mean, that might look like a bounce, but I mean, you got stalled by the VWAP. But what would be great if it could get back over to that 666 and start to move from there, get a true bounce. So all I've done today, guys, a couple of trades in MTVA in the pre-market. Got lucky on the lost a little on the first one, got very lucky on the second one. That's it. DNA, let's say DNA earnings play DNA, and this is basically a lifetime low. I mean, I know somebody can go back and see that it's not, but I mean, look at that 0.6%. You know what? Okay, before I do this, so there's the next low in a monthly chart, I believe. Yeah, the next low in a monthly chart for this one is 690. So there's obviously plenty of room. All right. Well, we've got a little, maybe a bit of bounce going now, guys, for the SPY. It just a little bit above the VWAP now. What I'm talking about. I put a price alert just over the VWAP, that area. So maybe we're getting a nice bounce. Maybe can we get 30 minutes? Looking for much. Just watching the DNA, guys. It had a little pop over 9. Let's see if that holds, that DNA. I don't think it's moving with the market, really. It's an earnings play on its own. So, but we'll see. Look at the DNA again. Where are you? There you are. So I'm going to put a price alert just around here. I do see we have our support line now. This is on the development version I'm on. So what that means is in that monthly candle that I looked at, there's got to be a day in which there's right there. Okay, guys, just kind of waiting on the DNA to see if it takes out 9 again. May not do it. It looks like it's in mini bounce mode. Ooh, this was a really good bounce, guys. A really good bounce. Going to pay a little more. Well, now that we're getting a little bit of a bounce in the market, as long as it holds over the VWAP, there's that GCT, guys. GCT, basically trading on its own. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Took out 30. Looked at this a little while ago. 31.77. Next high looking left. So it has about $1 to the next high. Is Coke an earnings play? Coke is not an earnings play, but it's I don't know if this is the reason, Bank of America raising their price target to 80 from 78. I don't know if that's the reason for the, run, but at earnings on the 21st. I'm continuing to watch the MSN. This reminds me of the one from yesterday, the MSGM, great pre-market action and then basically a sell-off all day. I have this one thumbnailed. I keep looking to see if there's a way to get in. The one from yesterday, meaning the oh man, the SG something or other. Well, GCT guys, GCT is definitely a star for the day so far, not caring what the market is doing at all. Yeah, they're talking about it in the main room. River plays dad one. Thar. Well, I'm glad I waited on the DNA. The DNA had a nice bounce coming into the VWAP now. All right, guys, I am looking at these my bouncers toppers. I don't have it shared anymore on my homepage, but I am looking at them, and especially in a well, I don't know now. Through the VWAP again on the SPY. Okay, I was hoping we'd have a nice little run, maybe for 30 minutes. We got a lot of nice little bounce plays. Okay, got some nice ones actually. I mean, I'm missing the GCT on our AI on the long side, PSIX on the short side. The docs that I looked at before is just kind of hanging in the alert area. Okay, guys, it is now 10:01, so I'm going to go over my homepage and including the scans that I'm sharing. More information also. Look at DD, guys. I have that one thumbnailed. DD approaching 40 again. Not caring too much what the market's doing. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the very top, way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my code, Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter which one you choose, either our standard or our premium subscription. All I ask, use my code, helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. I see enough people using my code. They don't mind keeping the 2 rooms that I moderate free. Um, and just talking about that a little bit. First of all, if you're new to this, the rooms, if you're new to these rooms, just to give you an idea, I do moderate 2 rooms. One's called the trading room. And then we have our YouTube room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you want to come into a room that has more traders, more activity, more discussion amongst traders, you can come into this room. This room is actually open at around 6:45 Eastern time. I don't get the YouTube room open until about 8:30. And I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And the reason I don't open this room at 6:45, Obi does in the room. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So he does it at that'd be 4:45 my time. And then I usually go to, depending on questions. Okay, I start thinking about wrapping up at around 2 Eastern, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. And when I do wrap up, though, William, many times now, Friday, maybe only till 3:30, or maybe not at all. I'll have to ask him after I leave. He usually keeps the room open after I leave for a certain period of time. I do have to shut down YouTube though. Okay. So it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. That's too bad. I was hoping we'd get a longer bounce in 10 minutes. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, you scroll on my homepage or click on my homepage, scroll down till you see the education section. And this is the first thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off on that second video and go to the end. And I think that that should give you an idea about whether or not this is a type of program you might want to try. At least for a month. That's what I would do, though. Take a look at these videos, give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them. If you're new to trading, because if you have no trading experience at all, Trade Ideas is not going to help you at all. Okay. It's called ideas because it generates ideas that can be based on what you're looking for, your set of parameters. And I'm sharing some of my scans. But if you don't know if you click on an alert and you look at a chart, you have no idea what it's trying to tell you. I would suggest you take a look at this back to basics. I mean, it's not the be all and the end all, but at least it's going to give you an idea about what to look for on a chart. Okay. Oops. You know what I forgot to do? So on my homepage also, okay, on my homepage, so you clicked on it, scroll down, forgot about talking about the trade of the week. So the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And now, if you're looking for my scans and you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are, on the middle section. Now, they're not technically all scans, but information that I'm sharing, okay? So this is the one you can actually see the movers to the upside, movers to the downside. These are what we call a compare count window. It's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Both scans have very similar filters, but one's looking for stocks moving higher, one's looking for stocks moving lower. Red looking lower, green looking higher. Okay. I do have a couple of races. I don't have them displayed, but you can take a look at 2 races I've got, large cap gainers, and just this race right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. It has nothing to do with with a market cap or float. So you can get some pretty big percentage moves in this one. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. Over here, you can see the Hulse resumes. And I have three other scans that I'm sharing. Don't have them up and running. The momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. You can take a look at them. If you have any questions about the scans, feel free to ask. One moment, please. All right, guys, back again. So here's a potential topper, guys. IP with the market moving down again. This is a potential topper. Now, international paper IP really was trading on its own. It is not an earnings play, so there must be some. It was an earnings. Well, I don't know. I don't know now. Well, our provider had an earnings play October 30th, but it looks like it's an earnings play today. Okay, well, yesterday after hours or yesterday sometime. It's hard for me to know when they released. Probably in the pre-market, obviously pre-market. So this was actually an earnings play yesterday. A little pop, but it is definitely moving. Continue, like a second day continuation off earnings, I guess. I mean, obviously, it's got room. I mean, it's got room to about $1 to the next high on the daily chart. Do I commit to going long? I almost looked at this as a bounce play, but then I looked at the market and EVH. Hmm, well, the market's trying to make up its mind, guys, a little bit. Hovering around the VWAP stills. We had the big. Remember that was all red. That was all red. This bar here, the previous 5 minute, and then but it came all the way back, closed at the high. So maybe we are in for a bit of a bounce. Here's the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert up here at 666.85 and see if it takes out that high. And why I'm obviously looking at the SPY, I'm just, if we're looking at stocks that might bounce or might be topping that are just basically moving with the SPY. They're not moving because they had news on their own. Boy, this is a second day continuation off earnings, guys. This PRMB Primo, bad day yesterday off earnings and further decline. Lifetime low now for PRMB. Wow, lifetime low. And Elf, you're right. Yesterday, bad earnings, and this is another one continuation. So it's underneath it's underneath the low of yesterday now. For some reason, Las Vegas Sands is moving higher. LVS, I think it might be because it might be a sympathy play with Win. Coming into, well, we have a resistant line up here. But again, guys, you won't have this yet. Yeah, so I have to assume that LVS is up because it's a sympathy play with Win. I don't see it has earnings today. It had earnings, in fact, on the 22nd. You can see, and actually the reaction was great, and it's just a great continuation. You're getting new high alerts for Intel. Okay, let's take a look at Intel, INTC. Well, obviously, you should have had one in the first 5 minutes. You should have had one. Well, there's the high, or well, there's the high in the first 5 minutes. So there was. Is there other? Maybe there are other filters that are blocking it. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see your scan. Okay, there's the 930 high is up here 37.93, and so you wouldn't have got a new high until, well, you might have got one quickly here, but I'd have to see your scan. All right, guys. Well, maybe, just maybe, we're in for some nice bounces now. So, do you know how to give me your cloud link via Perry? Okay, guys. This is an earnings play, I believe. GDEN. Now, is it come now? The next, it's looking at the next high, looking left, which was yesterday, 29.95. Takes that out. Where could it go? The next high on a monthly chart is 32.66. So there might be some room. So it's a multi-strategy window. Okay, let me take a look at it. So which one though? You've got the day gapper new high, day runner new high, and recent high list. So which one did you think it should have triggered in the multi-strategy window via Perry? Okay. Can you just let me know? Because I'll break. I want to break out the strategy. Okay. So I can take a look at it and see what filters you've got. Okay. Thank you. Day runner. Let's take a look at it. Well, I can probably tell you why. You've got the current volume is 2. Okay. Look at the relative volume for Intel now. It's 0.94. So it might have been 2 at the beginning when you got the alerts, but then the volume, whatever, it's tapered off enough. So your relative volume is only 0.94. Okay. Okay. That's my initial reaction. You can just see what I'm pointing at, relative volume 0.94, and you want a minimum of 2. Can you, Sudipta, can you come into the other room? Because I'd like to take a look at the link that you have, and I'll just maybe try to figure it out. You can't post the link in YouTube, though. That's a problem. But if you can come into the main room and just show me the link, give me the cloud link, I might be able to take a look at it. 'Cause the only other thing is you've got another filter in there that is blocking any data. I mean, if you've removed the relative volume filter, okay. So well, you see, you can't post. You Yeah, I'll give it to you. Give me a moment. Okay, so there it is. So when you click on it, okay, when you click on it and you see where it says trading room, so you have to come into the trading room. Unfortunately, you cannot post links in YouTube, so I can't take a look at it. But if click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit where it says trading room, come into the room, then you can give me the link. Okay, you guys are talking about Hilly. I haven't seen that one since the pre-market. HLLY. Nice though, yeah. I mean, it's following the blue wave. It's over the VWAP, so we got a lot going for it right now. The next high in a weekly chart is 393. So there's certainly a percentage move there if it gets there. All right, AMN earnings play, guys, just below the whole. Well, just below the whole number, and on a monthly chart, the next low is 1486 or 1469. So certainly on a monthly chart, there's room. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in the AMN. It's just underneath that whole number. Earnings play. What's the volume like? Pretty good. Yeah, almost a million, 12.8 times normal. A fairly low float, 37 million in the float. Yeah, put a price salute around the 1678 level. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll take a look at ORGO. Starting to get some green now. See, we're starting to get some green. At the beginning it was like 90% red, 10% green. Starting to get a little bit of green now coming through. Okay, guys, DAVA, DAVA. What's the next high? 933. Not bad. If it holds this blue and holds over the VWAP, not a lot of volume. I mean, two times normal, but yeah, not a lot of volume. Has earnings next week on the 11th. Ah, was that the Michigan numbers, William? Were those the Michigan numbers? You know what? The stupid. It hasn't taken into account. I saw this. I said, "What? Why is it at 11?" So it hasn't taken into account the rollback. Because yeah, all these Michigan numbers. I'm looking. Normally they come out at 10, but it hasn't taken into account that we're back on standard time, which is crazy. Yeah, so I'm going to have to take a look at that next week and see if I have to subtract an hour. man, I should have shorted the arrow. I didn't. The arrow would have been a pretty decent little short. I was looking at that. There were shorts available at Interactive Brokers second day after the IPO. Speaking of which, how was that BLLN doing? Still over 100? Yeah, no shorts available yet at Interactive Brokers. Very nice one, guys. GCT did not take a GCT. Very, very nice earnings play. Now look at it. This is from our excuse me, our AI also. So really bucking the trend. This was did not care about the market at all. GCT. All right, maybe nerds will do something similar. So nerds NRDS. This is another earnings play. Now the problem I've got with it right now is that the VWAP is just above it, so that could stall it. But how about putting a price alert over the VWAP and seeing if it does take it out? Okay, guys, docs, DOCS. This is from our AI. You catch up. This is from our AI guys, docs. Okay, waited a while for this to take out the VWAP. Now, actually, it's a big float, 132. Okay, that's good. The low down here is about 55 something, so it's got room to the low. I'm not saying it's getting there, but there. Ooh, there's the monthly low, like 56.33. I didn't notice that. I should have noticed that. Oh yeah. Sorry. Okay. Just waiting to see if it takes out 56 also. Okay, I've covered some guys. I've covered some right in the 56 level. Okay. I didn't notice this back here, but this is from our AI. I was waiting on this break of the VWAP right here. Had a price alert set. Now the issue right now, it's gone kind of parabolic, and that's why I took some off right at that whole number. You know, much easier to hold in the trade completely if it doesn't go parabolic. In other words, if the candles, the bars, whatever you're using, don't lose sight of the wave, which you can see it has. That's my impression anyway. Well, good for you guys on the hilly. I see it here. So it's making a new high. Pre-market high, yeah, it's up here at actually the pre-market. That's a weekly chart. Sorry, pre-market high looks like around 380 or so, 383. All right, guys. Well, glad I got out around the 56 level for most of it, and completely covered now the docks. It's a nice quick trade. Wish I really was hoping it would really crash through 56, but it didn't do it. Look at Celsius from yesterday, guys. CELH. Just continuing down below the low of yesterday, below the VWAP, sorry, below the 200-day moving average again. Kodak's an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, big float. I think actually not a huge float, but Kodak is an earnings play. Yeah, I dismissed it right around here. Kind of- So from our YouTube room, how would you use trade ideas to show a sector's lead on a percentage basis since the SPY recent all-time high? So are you talking the major sectors? I mean, we do have. So what sectors are you talking about the major sectors like energy, XLE, XRT, retail? Because we do have in our doc channel bar, you can take a look at something like this, I guess, compare it. So if you're talking, okay, if you're talking mate, but everybody might have a bit of a difference. So here are the major sectors: energy, consumer staples, utilities, materials, etc. Okay, here they are. This is what they're doing today. So I can tell you which ones aren't leading. I can tell you that things like consumer staples and retail is getting close. Materials. So what I do in the morning is I just take a look at the major sectors to see where are they with respect to the 200-day moving average. Okay. So when you look at the SPY, I mean, that's a way of looking. So here, the 200-day moving average for the SPY is 610. Okay, so way above it, way above it. Well, it depends what you're like. What are you talking about? Are you talking about daily? Okay, so I mean, if you want to compare sectors, I mean, there's I suppose different ways you can do it. So this is a daily chart for the SPY. The 200-day moving average is way down here at 610. Okay, so if I saw a sector that was below the 200-day moving average, I would say, well, that's certainly weak compared to the SPY, as an example. Okay, so if you look at consumer staples, there's been a super weak sector, XLP. Look at the 200-day moving average right way up here. Remember, the SPY is way above that average. This is a daily chart. So, I mean, that's one way to look at. It's certainly a weak sector. XLB materials, another weak sector. There it is below the 200-day moving average. Whereas all the most of the other sectors are above it. I don't have anything off the top of my head percentages, okay? So, I mean, if you're looking for, I mean, I can tell you right now, for instance, XLB, it's at the position in lifetime range. If you had a lifetime, okay, okay, a lifetime. If you're talking about all time, okay. If you're talking about a lifetime range, we have a lifetime filter. So what that 79.7% would mean is that XLB, if I had a lifetime candle, it'd be near the top. 100% would be right at the high, okay? But you can see that, here's XLB at 79%. If I put the SPY up, you can see the position in its lifetime range is 95% as an example, okay? So even though, I mean, it's moving down, but still, compared to the lifetime high up here, if I had a lifetime candle of the SPY, this would be certainly very close to the high, all-time high. So I don't know if that's going to help you. Looking at this position in lifetime range, that actually, if you're talking about all-time highs, I mean, that's a good indicator. There's the XLB, 79%. I mean, most of them are going to be, you're not going to find any sector that's way down at the bottom. But if you're looking as a comparison, so these are, you can go to our channel. Oh, you don't have trade ideas yet. Okay. So, but these are the major sectors. We have communications, healthcare, retail, materials, technology, discretionary, financial, industrials. Okay. Those are the major sectors. And all you have to do is just get the symbol in. And then take a look at that position and look at the lifetime range, 87%. So, anything under 95% is going to be weaker than the overall SPY. I'm not sure we're going to find any that's above. This, let's see, this is tech, 91%. Remember, the SPY is at 95%. So they're all going to be probably a little bit under. But if you're looking for the weakest one, and you would just look at a position in a lifetime range and compare it to what the SPY is. That makes sense. That's what I would do anyway, if that's your goal. I've never done that. Okay, I'm just doing this live in front of you. Position lifetime range for the technology sector, 92%. Now, I know there's a way. I don't do it. I know there's a way on your charts. I think you can have five symbols. I don't do it, but in fact, I'm going to have to figure out how to do it. Yeah. Okay. So you could do a comparison. Okay. So for instance, if I type in SPY here and just now doing this is sort of, I'm going to have to, yeah, see, this is why I don't do it. But if I type in the SPY and then they type in what was a fairly weak one, consumer staples, XLP. Okay. So you can see so here's the SPY and here's consumer staples. So you can get on a daily chart, you can get a pretty decent comparison just by visually looking. And you can put 5 on. Yeah, that I don't know how dynamic. So here's my XLP. Here's XLK. I mean, you can do this on different time frames. I'm just using the daily chart, but you can do it on different time frames. I've got to get. Give me a moment. I want to get back to my chart. There we go. Well, we have a lot of position and ranges, Teddy. Okay, um, I have a 2 year. We have a 2 year range, so 52-week high, 52-week low. We have a. I don't know if we've got a 6 month. I mean, so you can try to figure stuff like that out just using our position and ranges on the major sectors. So we have. So here's a 3, a 6, and a 9 month, year, 2 year, and lifetime that you could do big comparisons. Where are they? Where are these? Where are the sectors in these positions? I don't do that. Okay, so that's why I can't like give you something that, well, that's what it would look like. I just don't do it. But it's we're capable of doing it, I guess. So I'm an intraday trader, so I don't care about that stuff really. I mean, because I'm just looking at what's happening intraday. So you would pay attention, but I thought you were more of an intraday trader, Teddy. Oh, look at the spy now, guys. Yeah, this is no bueno. We had about 15 minutes, 15 minutes of a bit of a recovery, but now market is not happy right now. Okay, so okay? So are you looking for weak sectors intraday, or you're just looking for weak sectors on a time frame, like a daily, 6 months? Problem. I mean, then you're looking at more large cap stocks. Then you don't care about the lower cap stocks because they don't care that much about what the sector is doing. The stocks that we find, these type of stocks, they don't care what their sector is doing typically. So on a daily basis, you can find stocks that are or find sectors that are, worse than the SPY, down more than the SPY, for instance, or I mean, you can easily do that. But then what are you going to do with that? If you're going to short stocks in that sector, how are you going to find those stocks? Number one, because these sort of stocks don't care. All right, guys. STNE is a potential short, I guess. This is an earnings play, STNE. The problem right now would be that low right there, 1664. If it took that out, you can see that's the low of last month also, 1964. Takes that out. What do we got next? 16. I mean, it's got some room, to 16. Not a lot, though, because I don't know within this month. I don't know if there are any daily highs there or daily lows that could stall it. Another earnings play, guys. 5-9, FIVN. Another earnings play. Well, if you're looking for swing shorts, it's a different animal. I mean, so for instance, if I look here again, I'll bring back that the dog channel bar and take a look at sector status. So, here are the stocks that make up, for instance, XLE in here. Okay. Here are the ones that make up consumer staples. So you can see actually that, 85% today anyway, for whatever reason, consumer staple, but you're looking more long term. So this doesn't not really going to help you. But at a glance, you can see what the weakest performing sectors are today. You can see the SPY, generally the SPY, with red 69%, but consumer staples, which has been a weak sector today anyway, is having a bit of a day. And that's probably a lot of it is to do with Monster, MNST. Even retail is doing, compared to the SPY is, 74% of them are up. Now, doesn't mean they're all up like a huge amount, but if you wanted to, and these are usually larger cap stocks too. But you can scroll down and then you can find the ones that are weak. So these stocks, CTRN, for instance, is weak in a sector that is basically most of the stocks are up in that sector. 74% are up, 26% down. This is the weakest one, CTRN. So that would be interesting analysis intraday to find stocks that are running counter to the sector. I don't know if that interests you at all, but I mean that's more intraday. That's not going to help you swing short stocks or get into swing shorts or anything. But so you could have said, for instance, XLB has been XLP, sorry, consumer staples has been weak. This is what I every morning I do this. Okay, I take a look at the weak sectors, see what sector is underneath the 200-day moving average. You can see that you could have been shorting XLP from a long time for whatever reason, even though the market's down, it's having a bit of a bounce. But you can see that the trend for all the consumer staple stocks, this has been the weakest sector. I mean, it's not even a bad idea. I'm starting to get more into the larger cap stocks than the low floaters, the ones that are, pretty volatile. I'm starting to get more into that. And so just, as a bit of analysis and just looking at these and just trying to pick what ones are going counter to its sector, which ones are going counter to the sector. So we already identified. So now there's a way in which I could have all this very visual. I wouldn't have to do any scrolling, but so again, if I look at this one and think, okay, this is really running counter to the sector. Look at energy. 100% of the stocks are now. It doesn't mean they're all ripping. Okay, it just means that 100% are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what it means. So it doesn't mean they're all ripping. It's like, and this is sort of sneaking in minus 0.2%, but you see what I'm saying? So a bit of a rounding error, but you can very quickly identify what stock is doing the most in any given sector. I mean, it's Monster is up. It's Monster is an earnings play, and this is the change from. That's right. I've got these two here. So change from the open and the change from the close. So this 100% is all based on the change from the open. I'm sorry, from the close. You could have it sorted on the change from the open. So yeah, I mean, at a glance, you can just sort of see what are the strong stocks within a sector. What are the weak stocks? Here's L, weak stock, and that's Estee Lauder. Now, you don't have to keep this in here. I mean, you can drag these out, create your own layout. I wouldn't look at this necessarily when it's basically 50-50. So anyway, it's an interesting, for those of you who are into more of the larger cap stocks, you can look at this. So here's technology. 76% are down. Well, which ones are up? Well, Akamai, probably an earnings play, right? Akamai is an earnings play. There you go. Up 11%. And what is the worst one? WDC, 4.8% down. I don't know if it's an earnings play. I find this way too cluttered. I wouldn't use this. Should have had way more resolve in shorting that arrow, AERO. Oh man, you know what? Getting distracted. Got distracted on keep looking at the docs. Now I should be back in it on that 56 break. I'm not in it, unfortunately. I've got 3 monitors, Teddy. So I could have this up and running on my other monitor if I wanted to. Hasn't really. You see how it's gone. The ideal situation is have it green right. Whoops. What have I done? Oh, I'm okay. Notice it's sort of gone a little brownish here, tan. It means I'm sort of loading up trade ideas a little too much. Still not bad. When I get rid of it, that'll go back to green. See how it goes back to green? That's what you really want. That's telling you, how much load do you want to put on the program. So I have to admit, having that other layout up and running really didn't slow my system down. I know Docs is on the AI. That's where I saw it, Ritz. I know that. Ah, man. It was a nice short for me up here, but then I got out most and it popped and just completely forgot about it. And I should have been more resolute. I should have been riding the wave now. I mean, riding that wave. So, Teddy, you're interested in shorting. I mean, look at this potential short of Docs, from the break of the VWAP, 57 down to 54.40. That showed up on our AI. Not enough room, guys. Not for me anyway. Probably an earnings play. Yes, it is. SSP. Scripps Howard. I mean, it used to be Scripps Howard. No, 1878. 1878. But the next high is 273. So it's too close for me. Oh boy, that Docs. I have to stop looking at it. Okay, guys, 11 o'clock. So at noon, I will be taking a break. More than likely, I don't know who's going to be on today. Usually it's Andy, but on a Friday, but I know he did Monday. So to check to see who's going to be doing it today. Okay, guys, market is still moving down. Okay. Notice that we did not, this is really interesting. On that move up, we did not get anything blue. We did not get a little blue wave, that might have said, okay, we're transition. We didn't even get that. In fact, it's sort of neutral. I don't see anything here. But the wave is now, weak, weak, weak. Excellent, Michelle. Glad to hear. Michelle had her first successful trade in our YouTube room. All right, PGNY might be interesting, guys. It's just a little bit above the VWAP. It is an earnings play. It's positive 18% above the VWAP, which is around 2104. Yeah, it might have the high today was 2188. It doesn't look like it cares that much about what the market's doing. Market's doing this, and this is not dropping. So, it is an earnings play. So, trading somewhat on its own, and that's the PGNY. Well, let's see if it works. I've got a pretty tight stop on it. The PGNY. I'll know very soon if it's going to work or not. More of a more of a pullback play from the highs. I don't, this market, I don't expect a lot, but let's see, 2167 is the next high looking left on the 5 minute. I mean, it'd be awesome if it got there, but I'll probably be out some before. All right. While I'm waiting to see if this has any decent move for me, let's move on to something else. Look at that arrow. Wow. Arrow is right now right at 19 now. All right, guys. A mini move for me in the PGNY. Mini move. Ugh, no kidding on the MTVA. It, it is a dog now. Below the 200-day moving average again. Let's get nerdy here, guys. NRDY. NRDY. Ugly. Oh, man. This is now under a dollar. It's an earnings play. Look out. I didn't realize it was under a dollar. Okay. Well, I didn't want to, but I did take some of the PGNY out. I'm not in love going long in this market, even if it is an earnings play on its own. I was hoping it would get into the high 40s. Didn't quite do it. Well, let's take a look at Hilly now. The next high is 393. So 393, what did it get to? Got up to 394. So let's see if it can take that out. If it does, I mean, four, where's the next high? Well, it'd be incredible if it broke through four. See two highs right here in the monthly chart, 408 and 410. So it's you can kind of see it could stall there, but you never know. This is an earning. It's an earnings play, cheap earnings play. All right, guys, a confirmation. It'll be Andy in our YouTube, excuse me, in our YouTube room, taking over for me at noon Eastern. So about 50 minutes from now, 50 minutes from now. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. And, Andy, Steve, Chris are way more into swing trading than I am. So, Teddy, if you hang around till noon, you might want to pick his brains also. Okay. Though I don't think he takes too many swing shorts, but I may be wrong. That'd be pretty cockney, William, if I said that the way you've on your Estee Lauder reference. No, no, I doubt. I know you wouldn't swing these ones, but he might have a. I don't know if he does but he's more into the higher price stocks like Teslas and all that. So he does a bit of both. But anyway, you can pick his brain. If you hang around for another 50 minutes, he'll be there at noon Eastern. In a Garden de Vita here, guys. GDEN, Golden Entertainment. Wow, still breaking above the high yesterday. Fantastic second day continuation off earnings. What do they do? Finance, management, ownership. So it's a casino, okay? And that where are they out of? Oh, they're not Macau. Look at Roku, guys. Roku had a tremendous reaction to earnings last week, I guess. Got all the way up to $116. Since then, it has slid and sliding today. Underneath 100, Roku, ROKU. So this was yesterday. Traders circulate a rumor. Investors Business Daily sells stocks, Roku. I do see that it's kind of a weird headline. It says Director Hunt sells 2,000 shares of Roku. Okay. And then right after that, Director Hunt acquires 4,000 shares of Roku. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a lot of money, for a $100 stock, 2,000, 4,000 shares. So I don't know what's going on, how to interpret that. Well, I guess Tesla's moving down a bit, right? Tesla must be down about 2%, 2.5% or so. Not quite 2.5%, 2.15%. I'm sorry, it'll be down 4%. I'm sorry. This is a 1 to 1. Yeah, 4%. Okay, so if you thought Tesla was gonna keep moving down, you could buy this one. This is just a one-timer, okay? You could buy this if and real cheap too. A lot of volume, 26.9 million. So again, if you thought Tesla was gonna keep moving down, you could buy this, and it's a 1 to 1, so it's not a 2 to 1. So if Tesla starts moving up, this will only move up the same amount or down the same amount, not double the amount. Super cheap too. Boy, if you wanted to place a big bet against Tesla. Not saying to do it, not saying to do it, and just pointing out, these ETFs that are designed specifically for the company. William, you crack me up. Woof. Yeah, look at this. Well, you know what? I gotta get the SPY chart up, the daily and the weekly and the monthly. Let's see what's really happening and where, if any, well, there's gonna be some support area. So it just took that out right there, that 663. Next low on the SPY is 658. On the monthly, that was last month probably. No, a little lower. 652 was last month's low, and it's below last week's low. And there again is 652. So 652 could be a pretty well, 658 first. That's on the daily chart. And then down here, So, guys, I've got a couple of things that I did over well, last week, I think, which is showing strong stocks that are pulling back within a certain range on the daily chart. And this is the reverse of it. These are weak stocks pulling in. I don't know if anybody's interested in something like this. Again, for those of you who don't necessarily want to see stocks at the high or the low of the day, but in a range, this is what it kind of looks like. This is a tree map version of it, of course. So when you look at CRK, this is what it's trying to find. This it's still a strong stock. It's still up, okay, but it's pulled back. And of course, you can adjust the filters. So the max pullback would be 50, or it has to be within 50 to 70% in the day's range, okay? Yeah, stock is between 50 and 70% above the low of the range, which is so just imagine the stock has to. So let's say the stock was $10, or the range was a dollar, and it's moved back down 50 cents. So it could not move below that, as an example. So I'm just I'm trying to maybe get more into, as opposed to just chasing the highs and lows, on which what's happening now. I'm just not finding huge continuation. That's all. Is that what happened? Is that happened today, Jimmy Jones in our or Jimmy James, or not Jim Jones, Jimmy James in TLA, or is that before? I think that was before, right? Talking about your trial subject died, or maybe today. Yeah, didn't see that. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, patient died in the gene editing trial. Yeah, that's not good at all. So that was the drop, and it's actually an earnings play today also. But I think that's probably more about the patient dying. Look at that DD, guys. I mean, it is still pretty strong. Had earnings yesterday. It was very mixed bag reaction. Remember now, this is not a huge drop. This is just they spun off something called Q, which is trading now. But you can see right there, the high yesterday was 40.11. God, I have a price alert right there. So I had earnings yesterday. It was, kind of you looked at it in the pre-market, it was down to about 35, and then it recovered all the way up to 39. How's the Q doing? This was the spin-off. It was over 100. Well, it was over 100. Ooh, shortable two for me. 3 million shares available. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting anybody take a long-term short in Tesla. I was just showing an ETF you could buy if you thought Tesla was going to keep moving down today. A bet today, not saying long term. This is the double version of it. I'm sorry, this is the long. So yeah, this is long. So if you thought it was going to recover today, you could buy this. Boy, that Celsius just keeps moving down. Pepe, where are you? You could have shorted it today. What I'll do is I'll oops, drag one of these in here just to sort of show you what this is looking for. So again, this is the short. This is the buying Tesla if you thought it was going to, or buy this one if you thought Tesla was going to go down today. Ooh, okay. Thank you, William. So again, what this is showing you guys, these are showing you pullback plays. Okay, some pullback plays, strong. They're still strong. The stock is up. I think they have to be up at least a minimum of 2%. I might even up that. Now, the interesting thing in red, yeah. So this means that it's negative for the day, but it's pulled back. So it doesn't have. So I guess they don't have to be. I thought I actually put that they had to be up from yesterday's close, but maybe not. You know what? I made them. Okay, I up that. Give me a moment, okay? Most of these are going to be up. I thought I made a change. I did make a change, but I don't know if it. Okay. So the change from the open, so the stocks could be down, but they're up from the open. I get it. Okay. I took this from our channel, one of our channels, and modified it. So that's why you're seeing some negative here. Same thing. Here's an ETF for DraftKings, DKNG. So if you thought DraftKings was going to recover today a little bit, you could buy this. You know what? Let me get this off because I want to modify it a little bit more. All right. Well, the ZD just kept moving down. I know I saw this one earlier. Another one of these that, these are the ones I like to just somehow commit to early and just ride the wave down. All right. Open text, OTX, OTEX. So over the VWAP, little buy flag there. Little is transition from orange to blue. For how long? I don't know, but let's see, 34.67. Obviously, it's got room. The high today was up here, 35.66. So you can see what this looking at. Okay, it's looking for stocks that have pulled back, not a huge amount though, and maybe starting to recover. Well, maybe Roku has found a bit of a bottom here now at 99. It's flattening out a little bit. The VWAP is the VWAP is pretty close, so I wouldn't take it. But I'm just looking at Roku to see if it's flattened out a bit, which it has. Okay, Hilly challenging that 4 now. There are the 2 highs right up here. I mean, if it takes that, in fact, there are 3 highs, maybe even 4. If it takes that out, look out. 457, HLLY. It's actually been pretty, there's been some piercings here, but it's been blue wave from almost the get go. Well, it has been. Well, here's show, guys. Now, show is now just underneath the VWAP. 960 is the VWAP, a little bit under, little sell flag showed up here. It's relatively strong, 2.8%. It's an earnings play. Yeah, I had earnings this morning. Decent reaction, I guess, but starting to fade now. And show, it's sorry, it's SHO, not SHOW. Oh man, a little orangey showing up here. Okay, so blue strong as the blue wave tightens. That's sort of a consolidation, and now we've got just a glimmer of orange, meaning that maybe the trend has changed. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to see if this. I mean, I took this. I have. I'm really testing this out. Obviously, this is from that tree map that's showing stocks that are pulling back. I don't expect a big move. I'd love to see this orange wave accelerate a little bit. Basically, right where I shorted it. So I'm going to know really soon whether or not this is going to be something I'm going to be in for a while. All right, guys, 11:37. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Again, so for those of you who are more into swing trading, stick around. Let's see, the relative volume is 3. I might have to up that. Just need something maybe a little more dynamic. Well, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm not really. I'll hop right back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, guys, I'm back. Again, I'll be off in about 10 minutes. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Take my break. The SHO, it's inching its way down. If it gets into the low 40s, I'll be reasonably happy. It's more of an experiment. Look at the docs. I should still be in this one. I missed the boat on getting back into this one. This is from our AI, just a stellar short from the AI. It's about a 5.5% move now, which is great. $50 stock to get that sort of a move. All right. Well, you're giving me just maybe a little bit more. I don't want to hold it while I'm on my break. And by the way, if the GCT showed up also on that, right there. You can see right there. You see that little sell flag? It showed up. I didn't take it. The reason I didn't take it is because it's right at the VWAP. Now, if it takes out the VWAP, this could, have a big move down. Still a very strong stock, though. That's the problem. Well, problem. It is a very strong stock, but there is the VWAP at 3089, 30, call it 31. Remember, we're using that purple line is the VWAP, takes into account pre-market volume. It's pretty close to the number there. I look at the VWAP as an area. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but I see that the progeny is still hanging in. I'm not in it anymore. Not sure why. I was watching the DNA earlier, and now it's watching to see if it took out 9, and I, again, just lost sight of it. Boy, I'm seeing a lot of these, from this up from the opening range break. This is this, tree map I've got here. A lot of them, it's interesting, they're all coming into the VWAP. Well, not all, but the 4 I've seen have come into the VWAP with a little sell flag, little orange. But the theory behind these ones is that these are more like bounce plays, strong stocks that are just pulling back. But if they keep breaking down, this is an earnings play though. TXG is an earnings play. Yeah, Kodak, boy, I mean, it keeps printing new highs. Kodak keeps printing new highs. This DSGN printing a new high, Design Therapeutics. Not an earnings play though. Must have some news on its own. Was an earnings play a few days ago. Got to see that yellow is now showing up all the time. That yellow, in case you're wondering, the yellow means it was an earnings play. So it either that means it had earnings after hours that day, or well, had earnings this day, but the reaction could have been the next day. So this was pre-market. You can just look down here, pre-market. Whereas you can see, yeah, so that works out well. So you can see the orange line here for Kodak. It looks like, I mean, it looks like, well, was yesterday the earnings day? Well, based on that bar, you'd say, well, no, that can't be right. Well, they released earnings after hours yesterday. So this is the reaction today. That's the reaction. Pretty dead, guys. I may have to, I don't know how much longer after even 1 o'clock I'm going to hang around. Boy, this is another earnings play, not today, but look at the reaction yesterday to this TH. I mean, it got as high as $8, closed all the way down here, right at the low of the day, and continuing down now. This is an earnings play, guys. This is really strong. Little mate vascular. This is an earnings play, very strong. I don't know too much about this company. $90 is the next high, and that's LMAT. Not a lot of volume. That's probably why I'm not usually seeing it. 111,000 shares today, and it's its earnings day and hardly any volume. You can see that 110,000, that represents 3.7 times normal. So you can see right from there, this does not trade very much, but it is an earnings play today. Now, here's another one that's just breaking down underneath the VWAP. This is EXP. It's an earnings play, still a strong. It's up 13%, but it's starting to break down a bit. And it's underneath. I wish I maybe taking my break. This is one I probably would take as a short underneath the whole number, underneath the VWAP. And with the market weakening, even though it's an earnings play and it's, basically these guys can kind of trade on their own, not caring that much about what the market's doing. But I just think, this market is, shorting these tops now. So this be very interesting on a short, guys. But I can't do it. I'm going to be taking my break, but pointing out something that you might want to look at and take this and maybe put a stop, fairly wide stop. But the VWAP is at what, 1114. Wouldn't want to see it get above it. Just an idea. That's for the EXPI. But these are more designed to show stocks that are bouncing, potentially bouncing, strong stocks potentially bouncing. But I'm seeing, and with this market, is that I'm getting I'm clicking on them, but they're continuing to move down. And you can see here the position in range. You'll not see anything less than 50%. The minimum The minimum can be 50%, and the max can be 70. I'm looking for stocks between 50 and 70%. Let's make sure that's working. Yeah, so you can see the position and range is between 50 and 70%. So again, good. These are, potentially interesting looks for people who don't necessarily want to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. Now this is more of a bounce play now, FLGT from that. 11:59. Whoa. Give me a moment. Andy is going to show up any moment now. So just give me a moment, guys. I've got to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. Where is that YouTube link? All right, here is the YouTube link. Get rid of that message up there and create a new one. Okay, I'll be back around 1 p.m. Eastern ET. I'll just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, Andrea, I'm sure that Andy will be able to help you. The only time you won't hear a sound alert sometimes, just give me one moment, Andy. The only time you won't hear a sound alert sometimes is you got a couple of alert windows that are firing at the same time. So Andy's in. Okay, so Andy is in our YouTube room. You're in, right, Andy?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to get you to help Andrea. If you see what he just posted, he set up a scanner and select the option play sound and show alert windows. This afternoon, 2 tickets showed up on my scanner, but without any sound alert or windows. So hopefully you can help him.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right, Andy. Listen, we'll have a nice little hour. I've also prepped people to tell most of the people who are going to be in YouTube that you're way more. What doesn't have a very low bar, more of a swing trader than I am. Okay,
I am.
So some people are looking for potential swings, and I said, well, listen, Andy's the man, so maybe he can help you
Yeah, for sure.
set up
We'll
some
definitely have
swing
some.
ideas. Okay.
We'll definitely have some ideas.
Okay. All right, my friend. I'll see you in about an hour.
Yes, Barry. You enjoy your after 1
I
hour.
will. I
All
will.
right. Take care,
Okay.
buddy.
Bye.
All right. Okay, Andrea, let's tackle yours first. I set up a scanner, select the option play sound and show alerts this afternoon. Two tickets, I'm sure. Let's see them. Symbols showed up on my scanner, but without any sound alert. Okay, I can walk through uh, the process here. Let me pull up a alert window. Okay, let's just do this right there. All right. So this 5-minute hammer. Now, if I wanted sound, now you can follow these instructions. If you did it this way and you're not hearing any sound, what I'm going to ask you to do is send your scanner into. You did maybe have something wrong in your scanner. We could test it out for you. But what you want to do is just right click. You want to go to properties and click on actions, right? Sounds like you did all this. Play sound, set up sound. And now I would, if you're using one from your custom window computer, it's probably that issue. But as long as you're using a beep or a text to speech, or those are the two I would recommend. Text to speech tends to be their favorite. Hey, Three Sharp, how are you? All right, so let's say you're going to do text to speech. Then you want to hear, oh, let me click OK. And then if you want a window to pop up, you just click on show alert window, and a alert window would pop up, along with the sound. So if you went through those steps, Andrea, and you're still not getting anything, okay, just send that scan to info. I hope you know how to do share cloud links at Trade Ideas. Send it there, and we can take a look at it. Okay, we can dive in and see if it's working for us or what may be causing it not to work. So yeah, that's you can't. Unfortunately, we can't share in here. Let's see here. So there's not a whole lot we can do, in here. So you're just going to have to, if you can't get it working, send the cloud link into that email. No, if you're trying to create a sound, that's your only option there. Go to properties and actions. All right. And once again, if you guys are, if you have something, yeah, CL, CL is about the only thing working for me. I did sell half of it, but uh, yeah, this market, let's take a look at the market real quick. Okay, we're looking at the cues here, and a big level. And a lot of times you'll see this, it may go below and then dig in and pop up and close, right at the 50. If I was a betting man, I would probably say it's going to do that. Maybe put in a little tail and close right at the 50 today. We'll see. But man, there's definitely some weakness. Now, here's the thing as a swing trader, and this is what a lot of good swing traders are able to do. Okay, because you have to identify the market when it's changing, and you can see right here, even up here we had 5 days where we were trying to gap up and closing on lows, closing on lows. That should told you, there's some selling in the market. Okay, this market's trying to push back the highs, and it keeps like uh opening up and closing on lows, closing near lows, closing on near lows, and then we got the gap down and closed below our 10 period moving average. Okay, so even if you were, fully, kind of loaded up, I could understand it during this area. We're in a bullish tape here, but once we broke this 10 period moving average and we couldn't get back above the next day and then this day right here, what you have to do is really have to pull back. I mean, because uh, a lot of people can make money in these nice little trends like over here, but the key is if you're not making money in these downturns, make sure you're not losing, you're outperforming the spies. So in other words, let's say we have a 10% correction. Okay, a good swing trader may lose money during that period, but he might only lose like 2 or 3%. Okay, because he's not taking a whole lot of chances. There's nothing wrong with taking chances. I've taken some chances this morning, and I've given back some, but I think I'm down 0.5% in my account. It's just not a big hit. It's okay to look for bounces. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for one. I bought some riot down here because I had alert go off, kind of at a level, but small size, and uh, just it's okay. It's okay to take a chance at support levels or at moving averages, but you want to do it with small size. And if you're wrong, you want to get out quick. I am short some Apple, and I tell you what, it's the most frustrating thing. This thing just levitating as the market crashes. I'm hoping it's gonna. I don't. I don't have it in here. I did it via the AAPD, but see if this thing can break out of this range to the downside. Then I may get even more aggressive on it if it can get down, take out today's lows. I'm see, I tried Tesla. Let me see where Tesla is right now. It's selling off pretty hard. Now, see, Tesla's at its close to its 50 period moving average. Matter of fact, it's just tagged it. This may be an area where I want to try again. And a lot of times I even have to remind myself, when they're this close to a moving average, just like the cues were this morning, be patient. Chart, if we pull up the cues, maybe you got an early bounce right here and you're jumping in, but just take a look at this chart. We're in no man's land. There was a really good chance we're going to go down to this 50 period moving average. It doesn't have to happen, but in most cases, yeah, it's going to go. Gosh, look, our next level of support is still about $3 higher, lower in the queue. So see what happens if if you see an area that you like and you nibble on it and you have staying power, so you're not getting jigged out. And then if you do get a bounce, it gets back above, you can always add to it. And I may have to take a chance on this Tesla here. I did pick up some of that Tesla. I just like it too much. Look at that area, nice area of support. Small size, tiny size. Yes, the CL, I think the entry in that, I'm sorry, 3 sharp was 7807. I actually picked some up earlier than that, anticipating. Why do I have a position down here? What's going on here? Let me try to. I got a new dev version, so maybe some bugs. Let me disconnect and connect back up here. Come on, baby. Well, oh, I did. Wait, hold on. I just hooked up to the wrong one. That's just my style, 3 sharp. I'm always and not only that, if it's a better chart, I mean, let's face it, this is still below its 50 period moving average. So if it's still an ugly chart, kind of in a downtrend, I'm always, looking to scalp some. Now, if this were the case, maybe 2 or 3 days from now, and it's breaking out and hitting a 1 month high above this 50 period moving average, I'd probably have more staying power. I may even look to add to my position, as it broke certain levels. But when they're in a downtrend like this, I'm always quick to take some off. Yeah, share where I got in. I think I got in. Well, here it is, 77.93. So I probably watched it. I think I didn't jump in early, but I think I waited till after 30 minutes and then kind of felt like to me it was going to eventually go to highs. So I took a little stab at it right there. Not always, I would rather, and this is what I was looking at. Okay. Getting back to how charts have a tendency to fulfill themselves. I knew if it broke through that level right there, you had a nice little, your next high was all the way up here to 79. you know, uh, yeah, I mean, Probably going to go higher, but we'll see. Oh, you're welcome, 3 Sharp. Teddy, are you asking about short when you say short intraday? Are you talking about short? I don't do a lot of shorting. Okay. Back when I was a day trader, I would not afraid to short at all. But being a swing trader, I just uh, occasionally, I'll buy some TZA or some, uh, you know, SPXS, some of these leveraged indice stocks. But okay, I was told no, yeah, there's nothing. I mean, this is last few days. If you were a short seller, yeah, you could have done very well. Me, I'm uh I did my years of trading and short trading and all that more and more of just a buy side, managing, a couple of retirement accounts and uh pretty active in them though. Yeah, yeah, I got some scans, for shorting. Not so much for day trading, but more for, swing trading, stocks that may go be going up uh to a certain level where you can let me see. Now there's probably since the market is sold off, and probably not gonna. But we can look back 3 days from now and take a look at this bounce below. I want a. hmm, Thought I had one. I had it. I know I have one. Yeah, here we go. So this is showing stocks that are moving up to a level. They're weak. They're below the 50. They're maybe have had a little bounce, and like I said, with the market selling off, these are not going to be uh, the best trades. But here you can get the concept here. This one sold off at the earnings. Now it's bounced up and it's running into its 50, and it's looking like it could potentially roll over. MRNO, I wouldn't. I would leave that alone with that gap. I'm not sure what, but let's take a look. Maybe going back 3 days ago. We'll just put how that owns is. We'll put 5 in here. How these are all stocks that are. Have to put a different time in there too, but I'll share this with you, and you could take a look at it. Sometimes it can give you some really good stocks, but I like it better when you've had a little push up with the market. So the market, speaking of markets, trying to bounce here. That owns it's beating up, wanting to bounce. All right, I see my Riot getting a little bounce here. Tesla is working. There you go, Teddy. It's that's that bounce fade. That can give you some pretty good entries. Okay, I like this lift. This lift, I've been in for a couple of days, and it had what I thought was good earnings on this day right here. As a matter of fact, it was if the market had not been weak, it would have blown up. Same thing with Snap. Uh, Now Snap's been a little more trickier, but okay. So this is where I can kind of and three sharp. Don't be surprised if CL starts pulling back. We'll see what happens. But if the market gets a big bounce, there's a good chance uh, these defense plays will start pulling back. Unfortunately. All right, let me. Now, can't get too excited until we get the cues maybe back above the fast line here. So I think this is area, where I might consider, adding. Is this market going to really bounce? Is it going to be a dead cat bounce, run into its moving average and roll back over? You got the 50 now that you got to try to get back above on the daily. So I see no reason to get real aggressive right now at all. I usually play stocks on a technical basis. If are you talking about swing trading still, Teddy? A lot of times, like when I'm nibbling, I really don't play stops because I'm going in with small size. Now, if I get a full size, like this riot, let's say I add some, and then nice little volume bar there. Is it pushed higher as the market? Yeah, that scan I gave you. I would put, because what you're looking at a stock that bounced and is bounced to an area and it's starting to show weakness. So on those types, I keep real tight. So in other words, you're not shorting lows, and looking for momentum to the downside. You're fading kind of an up move. So what you want to do is, um, you can monitor those scans and put price alerts. Like if it takes out the prior day's low, that's what I'd like to do. Back when back when I was doing some, um, shorting, and then, but like I said, if you're fading a move, so you want that to basically stop and start going in the direction back down again. So what you want to do is keep that real tight. So what I would do is find a level of resistance that if it breaks through, or maybe a moving average, uh, I just don't. I never like using just a monetary value. If I lose $100, I'm getting out. You want to use a technical value. Okay, this market is starting to get a bounce, and I need to put alert in this Apple. If it wants to get back up to my entry, I'll have to consider getting out of that. I like Amazon as well. I'm in Amazon, and I will look to add if it gets back above. because that's when another one breaking. This is a beautiful little entry possible there. Not only do you have a level of support here where it kind of broke out of the monthly range, you have a 10 period moving average. So this is one may look to add. Well, you can get pretty creative, if you like fading, you could definitely get creative with this software, and no software is going to give you, real-time alerts like trade ideas. So in other words, you can use this in an alert form too. I tell you one I just want to keep an eye on too, because I got stopped out this morning and I kind of this path that can get back above. But I'm not going to get giddy. We're running into that 10 period moving average on the Qs. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like this Tesla, that I bought. I mean, I'm buying it off support down here off the 50. And what I would do is to say, well, the 50, I bought it at such a good price. I'm not going to, if it just breaks the 50, I'm not going to get out. But what I do is I see an area over here that if it does break below these two levels like that, so maybe I'd be, maybe something like that would be my stop. Because not only that, now you're breaking the 50, you're also breaking an area of support. And the same thing could be done just flip flopping on the downside. Okay. Bitcoin is actually getting a nice little pop. So, riot, and this may be some extra fuel to this riot, but gosh, it looks like it's probably just going to doji. There's the Qs trying to push through its. Well, thank you, Three Sharp. Appreciate that. All right, so you got Tesla bumping up against its 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. You got Amazon doing the same thing, and now you got the Qs trying to push through. But like I said, I would not surprise me if we close like this today. So I'm holding off trying getting aggressive. And if I do get aggressive, it's probably going to be on some of the ones that were holding up nicely today. Didn't really have that much of a sell off, like a snap, like a lift. Oh yeah, that was earnings. Yeah, earnings are always tough. They're just tough, and you can see the cues running into that level of support, the 10-period moving average, and backing off a little bit. Probably the way I should be playing this is just getting more size and scalping. Okay, I like the fact that Apple didn't have that much of a bounce going into. That's the way Apple, I've noticed it will do. It's just so wonky. It'll sit there, the market will be just getting thrashed, and this thing will hold up. And then a lot of times, once the market stabilizes, gets a foothold and starts bouncing, this thing will sell off. It's like it's doing its job, you know. So this current environment is much different than like maybe catching a bounce over here. Let's say you caught a bounce over here in the cues. This is where you may want to be aggressive and hold on, maybe add to your positions because you're above all your moving averages. You're above the 10, 20, and the 50. Now it's a little bit different story. You're potentially on the other side of the mountain. See no reason to get aggressive, and really, if it doesn't hold this 50-period moving average, I'll probably just start scalping some of this stuff. But it has been a market that doesn't like to sell off too much. I don't know exactly what percentage that is. Some of you mathematicians out there can tell me how much we sold off so far in the queues from all-time highs. Let's take a look at. I don't have Bitcoin up, but we can always follow iBit. Stick a little alert in there. If it gets back, it gets above that range. K-Web finally went back positive for me again. It's one I've been in pretty much all morning. Just thought it was beaten up too much relative to overnight trading. Okay, I did add some Amazon at 15, 240, 15. Just look, I like that chart a lot. Only 5%. Okay, 3 sharp. Thank you. Still may have more to go. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm Mohammed. I'm all for that. Yeah, back when I was day trading, I used to always trade, leverage ETFs. More bang for your buck. Absolutely. You got to be careful if you're swing trading though, because they do have some decay. They're instruments that were pretty much designed, in my opinion, for day trading. Because if you sit in those things over time, they will decay on you. Mike C, what's happening? There you go. Mike C, the VWAP trader. Yes, yes, Mohammed. They're great. They're great for day trading. Yeah, this market. I just don't think. I don't know if we're going to have a big old rally today. I just took a little bit of that ride off. I can see it closing just like this. Mike, see what time frame do you trade off the daily time frame pretty much, or intraday? You strike me as a swing trader. Okay, that's what I kind of want to see from Apple right there. 3 sharp, that CL looks like it wants to go to highs. I tell you another one to watch is Procter and Gamble. If you feel like this market's kind of and now it's been beaten up, but and I know it's below all its moving averages and all that, but I think one you have to keep an eye on for if we continue, this market continues to see weakness. You have to give me some more of that Apple short. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I did sell another 100 of that. Yeah, this. I mean, it's hard to get excited. I mean, really. I mean, I know over the last several years, you get a move like this, and you catch the bottom, and a lot of times, man, but it doesn't always have to bounce. It really doesn't. So you got to be kind of be careful. So I'm gonna focus on the ones, and like I said, to get aggressive of the ones that like had like this lift that had earnings yesterday, holding up, not down that much. Snap. There you go, Mike. Yeah, not much of a bounce there in Tesla either. The volume profile indicator. Not familiar with that one. Is that the one with the volume bars on the vertical side of the chart there? I have to look that up, Mike. See. Yeah, I'm starting to feel more and more like we may just, like I mentioned when I first got here, we could just close right here with a little tail right at our 50 period moving average would not surprise me. Make everybody go home thinking. Let's see this lift go to highs. Yeah, okay, Mike. See, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, volume, price action and volume is my key indicators. Obviously, is definitely like support resistance moving averages, but I try to keep it kind of simple. Took a little bit of that lift off just because I'm not liking this market getting weaker again. And right move and riot. Yes, yes. Steve uses that. Well, he uses Thinkorswim. I'm not sure about the volume profile. Wow, Tesla come all the way back to a flat on me, and Amazon was, yeah, just shouldn't have added. Thought it was going to poke through there. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Walmart was definitely on my watch list today. What's Costco up to? Not performing very well. These things are so tricky. They're just a mess. Look at the way that dude traded this morning. Resharp, I still think is a good chance this thing gets up to the 50-period moving average. Maybe not today, but the CL. Coke's having a nice day. Pepsi, not really doing anything. Johnson and Johnson, not really doing anything. Stick an alert back about it. Probably like that Walmart the best. All right, market's trying to fall asleep on us. Take a look at the big boys. Intel just kind of hanging out around flat. Apple's just being Apple. Microsoft's down marginally, but it's had a pretty good sell off there. Netflix still looks like crap. Amazon is probably my favorite of the bunch or possible, entry. Google looks like it may want to fill that gap. AMD in no man's land, and Tesla trying to hold the 50. Left is close to highs. Q's put in a little tail back above their 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. Damn owns whatever.
Jump on the job and then they run away.
Mr. Barry.
That's me, or that's my wife in the background. That's not me, but that's my wife's working at home today. So bored, are you? Bored, are you? Well, let's talk Aggies.
Hey, man. Yeah.
What are you,
How
number
about
3
those
now?
Aggies? Yeah. You know
Number
what?
3?
It feels different this year, so
Yeah.
it's been a long time, but yeah, this team got some fight in them, man. So they're a pretty good team. We'll see.
Who's on
See
tap
how
this weekend?
Missouri should be
Oh, Missouri.
it's
Okay.
definitely a trap game, man, because
Yeah.
yeah, we're playing them in at Missouri. I think we're about a
Hmm.
touchdown favorite, but yeah, these games in the SEC, man, sometimes you just don't know. So
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see both the Aggies and Indiana. I mean, Indiana is
yeah, how about
another.
that?
It's nice to see them in there too.
Yeah,
Instead of
something.
just the same old guys every year.
Yeah, Ohio
Be nice to
State, Alabama.
Yeah, yeah. But and there are 12 teams this year, right? Oh, are they upping it to 16 next year in the playoff? Is that what it's supposed to be next
Yeah,
year?
I think they are going up.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Why
it's
don't you just go all
crazy.
64 Division One? Why not just put them all in? Make it a March Madness sort of basketball tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have these. You're gonna get up to like 16 games with these. That's a
Yeah,
lot for those college kids, man.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to try to, I know they all go to school very diligently. I'm kind of kidding, but obviously, it's very disruptive in that regard too. Try to get everything done before Christmas instead
Yep.
of having things after Christmas. Also, it's still crazy though. I mean, these bowl games, the big ones. I mean, you have about a month off, right,
Yeah.
between the
Oh
end of
yeah.
the season. I mean, that's nuts. That really is nuts.
Yeah.
Look what happened
It's
to Oregon last year. I mean, they were obviously. I mean, you can't tell me that they were so flat and to being. What do they get bombed out about 50-0 almost? And
yeah.
there's no way that I don't think that would have happened had maybe a 2-week layoff. But anyway, Andy, I guess nobody wants to hear us talk about college football, but. And you're probably amazed how much I know about American college football.
I can tell. I'm impressed. I
Yeah,
am.
well,
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. It's an
yeah.
exciting sport. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Well, good luck the weekend anyway with the Aggies, and we'll see you next week.
All right, you too, Barry. Hey, 3 sharp. Yeah, that was a great game when they beat Notre Dame. That was kind of what set them off, I believe. All
Absolutely.
right, buddy. Well, yes, everybody have a great weekend, and I'll see you next week.
Okay, just waiting for you to disable your scanner so I
Okay.
can get mine. There we go.
All right, Barry. Have a good one,
Thank
buddy.
you, Andy. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. I am now back in both rooms. Both rooms. A couple things to do. Get my music going. The announcement. So I sure wish I'd held on to that PRGN or progeny, the PGNY. That actually had a nice move in it. Look at 5N. I mean, this FIVN has been just down on earnings. That's the type, boy, I mean, just so keeps you in the trade. You don't have to worry about any blue, like a blue pattern showing up, changing, going from orange to blue. And that's on a 5-minute chart. Market correction over. Okay. And Wendy's, it had a nice open, but then just been miserable. Now it's down 27 cents. It was up most of the day, but now it's just down. Wendy's, WEN, earnings play. Yes, it is, Obi. There's the VWAP for the SPY. So, yeah, making higher lows. You know, look at this. I guess, yeah, making higher lows. Maybe you can take out the VWAP. Maybe we'll have a little run into the end. So you're mentioning Halo. You said had good news, but yet sold off. So down after a $1.3 billion convertible bond sale. So I guess that is part of the reason. But this was the announces J&J gets US FDA's approval of new indication, etc. So obviously it's got something to do with Halo. Oh, you didn't see the bond sale. Okay. All right, guys. So 103. So one last look at my homepage before I Okay, guys, let's take a look at my homepage one last time. This for the week and the information you can find on it. Okay, so William says he's going to keep the room open sometime between 3 and 3:30. If no stocks are moving, it'll be earlier. If there is some action later, so that's the plan for William. I'll be out of here probably at 2, so he'll keep the room open at least an hour after I leave. So clicking on my homepage link, as always, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter what plan you pick, in other words, standard or premium. Okay. All I ask, use my code. Helps to keep more people who use my code. The company tracks all this, and they see my code being used enough times. So keep the rooms free. Speaking of rooms, for those of you in YouTube, there is another room that I moderate. Call it the trading room. You can come in. You can click on my homepage link, and you can click here and get into the other room. It's not a little. It's more robust. A lot more interaction amongst traders. It's the same principle. They see me, or they see my screen, and they hear me. Okay. But if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, come into this room. Scroll down, and you can sign up for the trade of the week. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week will come at you before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you have to do is, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, go to that education section, and then where you see getting started with Trade Ideas, do these videos. There are 12 of them. Okay. That'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the things that I'm sharing, you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So these are some are scans, some are topless, some are races. These are the two races, the large cap gainers and the biggest gainers. Okay. So if you're looking for large cap movers, you can take a look at this one. If you don't care about the cap size, you can take a look at this one. You'll get more action in this one in terms of percentage moves. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is this big compare count window right over here. It's movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay, so this is what we call a compare count window. Basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. You know, imagine having a very simple scan, stocks are making new highs versus stocks making new lows. That's what it's doing. Obviously, there are other filters in place other than just stocks making new highs and lows, but that's what this means. Anything in red, something that's down, potential short. Anything in green is up, potential long. And look, I mean, I've cleared this several times, and with the market, even though the market's having a little bit of a pop here, things are still red, red, red. Now, it's the same symbol. I mean, so it's the same symbol. It's not like it's, a bunch of different stocks still, but that's what this 100% refers to, not one green. I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at. There's a momentum scan here, a gap scan here, and the combo scan. The Pepe combo scan is here. You can take a look at them. The Halts resumes is over here. Any question about the scans, you can ask me. So this is a Direction Daily AI and Big Data Bear 2-time. Not familiar with this one. A lot of these ETFs designed. Not too familiar with this one. Don't think I've seen this one before. All right, now ZD, maybe this will give us something here, guys. It's still down for the day. It's trying to get through the VWAP here. It turned blue. You know, it had the orange wave down, a little change now to blue through the VWAP. Maybe it relies on the market bounce, though it is an earnings play. So it should, you know, it does have news on its own. And let's take a look though. The high today was 33.42 or so. So definitely has some room. Almost $2 to the high of the day. Let's see how well how well this holds over the VWAP. 31.29 is the VWAP. Yeah, the issue right now is that spread 37.51. That is an issue. I don't like that at all. Oh, ZNet. I remember ZNet, yeah, or you guys call it ZNet. I remember those days. Another beautiful one, basically all the way down. I mean, just following. Remember now, this is a 5-minute chart, so you know I'm not saying you'll get a lot of chop in a 5-minute, but certainly would expect maybe a little bit more. But this has been orange all the way down, all the way down. Remember what orange means? Weak trend. I find orange stands out better though than red. Interesting, because this should not be showing up. It must have just hit underneath 50%. This is what I'm looking at here. Yeah, this is only looking for stocks between 50 to 70% in their daily range within that percent. Other filters, of course, but so this one now, below yesterday's low. I mean, it's an earnings play that was really good yesterday and was, pretty good today too, trying to hold. But, okay, forget everything I just said. Well, not everything. Yeah, forget everything I just said. The stock's at 20, I don't, it's at 29.30 right here. I thought it was down here at 28.18. So she's on a call in the background. Yeah, she's working from home and she said, I'm sorry, I do have to make some calls. So that's what you hear. I'll try to talk over her. All right, guys. How about CLMT? CLMT, what is this one doing? This is making a new low for the day. CLMT making a new low for the day. The next low looking left is, you know what? It's got not a lot of room. 1817 is at 1844 right now. Yeah, I'll just keep trying to talk over. If I'm not talking For a while, I'll just mute myself if it's too much of a distraction. TBCH, TBCH. Now this could be interesting. A little over the whole number. The VWAP is here, 13.99. A little over the whole number. And I don't know. The 200-day moving average is 1440. I mean, if it got to 1440, that'd be awesome. So it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play today. Turtle Beach. Yeah, I've been familiar with their headsets. Or gaming headsets, I guess. I'm not a gamer, but in the old days when I used to have a little boom mic in front of me and tethered to my computer instead of having the mic I'm using now. But I wasn't using Turtle. I can't remember the brand. It was I can't remember the brand. It's a gaming mic though. Actually, Pepe suggested I even try that noise canceling software again just to see. I think it was really interfering when my computer was having its problems, but it may be okay now. Okay, let me get back to the TBCH. Yeah, so 1409, 1414. Let me get back to the TBCH. Get the chart up. All right. Well, I took some. Now, just by taking some, how much volume? Not a ton. You really you don't hear anything, Obi. Okay, but that's because you have a hearing problem, don't you? I'm kidding. I shouldn't say that. All right. Well, TBCH. What? TBCH guys. Okay. Well, all I need is that bid to catch up to the ask a bit. I'm just going to try to carve out a little bit on this one. Just give me something to do into the close. Okay, try to induce you upwards. I mean, there's the VWAP. Sorry, the 200-day moving average. Obviously, if this works at all for me, I'll be out well before that. Hmm. I probably should be putting a more minimum volume in that particular tree map, because even though the relative volume is great, six times normal, but always strange for me to see when a company releases earnings and 19 million in the float. So it's certainly not a big float. It's certainly not a big float, and I just would have thought there'd be more volume, with that float and the company releasing earnings. And it has, I mean, Turtle Beach. I mean, if you're a gamer, you know this, but it's not just. I mean, it's controllers, keyboards, mice. But oh, okay, little move. Now remember, 1430 is the 200-day moving average, so it gets a little bit closer. I'm going to dump some, maybe all. I'm sort of warming up to this little look here, guys. I'm gonna try to refine it a bit. Okay, this. I mean, none of these will probably be rocket ships, but on the other hand, that's where I found the PGNY, and I just didn't hold on to it. You can see how it zeroes out. Now just coming back in. So let's take a look at this one. How about the Orgo? So what I should be seeing with the Orgo is a pullback, and a lot of them. This is not designed like this, but a lot of them are just pulling back into the VWAP. It's almost like the VWAP is somewhere between 50 and 70% of the day's range. And you can see right there, see how it's just sneaking in, 50.8%. It's just sneaking in. So that's why I'm seeing it. And a little, haven't seen you for a while there, Marshall. A big good day to you. Good day to you also. So here's another one, I mean, what I'm liking about some of these is that when I'm clicking on them, I'm also seeing a buy flag. Okay, so a bit of a transition. And there's the AVPT. So let's take a look at it. Over right at the VWAP, 1214. So a little bit above the VWAP. Okay, guys. So I have definitely taken some of the TBCH off, not because I don't like the pattern still, but it's getting so close to the 200-day moving average. So it's about a dime away. So I just have a feeling that it'll get stopped there. So the Orgo still up 44% for the day, but it has transitioned from blue to orange. If it took out the VWAP underneath, this might turn into an interesting short. So the VWAP is at 553, right here. I'll put a price alert at 546. 543. See if it takes out the VWAP in a fairly substantial way and continues down. All right, I'm going to put this, I'm going to load this one just for fun. This will be an super active. I'm going to get rid of this for a while. This will be super active. This is just your basic new highs and lows. Sort of like the compare count window. Okay, just another way of presenting it. So in green, good, well, good. Up, yellow down. Now, you know what I might do is so for those of you who don't know, this is something you can do. All right, is if you right click, if you've got an alert window that's fairly active, and you don't want to see the symbol over and over again every time it say makes a new high or makes a new low, you can do something in the properties section. So if I right click on properties, I'm sorry, right click on the in the scan, go to properties, and then go to view mode. Okay. Now the default is newest first. Okay. That's the default. That's typically what you see. You know, stock keeps making a new high or a new low. You'll see it over and over and over again. Here, you go to the view mode and group and sort by. And I think if you just keep newest time and descending, okay, if you want to take a picture of this, because what'll happen is, every time the stock makes a new high, you will see it. It's just that you will not see it. You won't see this. Like you'll see the symbol every time. Like so, in other words, DQ just made a new high. If it makes another new high immediately, we'll just overwrite this. Okay, so you're not going to see it. You're not going to see the symbol. You won't see the symbol over and over and over again. I might run this one on Friday, on Monday. I think it's another. I'm just trying to give you interesting presentations of the data. Okay, and there's the Kodak. So you see how we did get an alert for Kodak, and if Kodak makes another new high, you'll see it again. It'll be at the top here. It's just that you won't see the symbol. Just to completely, so you completely understand. Okay. There, you see how UTS is showing up 3 times here, where it's only showing up once? It will keep showing up every time it makes a new high. Okay. Here's KDP. So you see KDP it kept making new highs. You just won't see it. Every time it makes a new high, it'll sort of overwrite the last one. So in this way, you can actually see the stocks, like all the different stocks. Very difficult when this gets full. You know, you might say, well, how many stocks actually made new highs or new lows of the day? So here, I used to run this all the time. Probably what I should do if I'm going to do it again. Yeah, so I want to put maybe a relative volume in here. I don't want to put too much. Maybe a relative volume of 3. Then we'll have to use this space to fill. Maybe I'll put one of these in. Okay, so you see when TBCH got closer to that 200-day moving average, that's when I bailed most of it and I'm completely out of it now. And obviously I could put more filters in here if I don't want to see as many different stocks. I could put more filters in here in order to prevent that. So again, this is going to be looking for stocks that have pulled back or pulled up. This one would be more of a pull up. So you have something that moved down and then pulling back up. BlackRock. How about that one? BlackRock. And the reason why you're seeing stocks disappearing is because now position in range. You see, it's outside now the range. I want it to be between 50 and 70. But oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Looking at the wrong one. So the position in range, this number has to be between 50 and 70. Magic. You see, so the minute if tandem makes a little bit more of a move, it'll disappear. So the idea, there you go. So those stocks will come in and out all day long. So the idea again is to maybe look for stocks that have had pullbacks, and I've been finding nice ones. I mean, pulling back into either the VWAP or maybe even getting a little buy flag. And it's not an alert. I'm not getting a real time alert on the buy flag, but I'm starting to get them. When I click on the alert on the symbol, I'm noticing that there's a buy flag that's fairly close or a sell flag. You know what? I better. Yeah, guys. Yeah, look at the market. So since about what time is that? That is 12:05, just after when I was on my break. Hit a move. Excuse me. A little jog down. Sorry about that. So a little jog down, but then the move up. So we're having a bit of a rally and maybe into the close. Over the VWAP again for the SPY. So right now, nothing, and that's because of the position in the day's range. It's not a bad thing. Triple I, triple I. Okay, here's AVPT showing up. What does it look like? Yeah, you can see. I mean, curling though into the VWAP. So okay, I got something going on that I'm not. Figure this out. Just give me a moment. Ah, right. Of course, this got flipped. Okay, I know it's confusing. So the other one is 50 and 70, and this is 30 and 50. You can flip that. So what I'm looking for stocks that have been down but are trying to come back a bit. So that's why. So so that's why this one is at 30% in the position in the day's range. You haven't seen this one for a while. You is it an? It's not an earnings play either. Wow, nice move. Not an earnings play. Well, I had earnings yesterday. Okay, so great continuation above yesterday's high now. That is you. Raised to $41 from 37 by Goldman Sachs. Okay, well, Goldman's into this one. So they had a 37 target. Now they got a 41. Well, guys, Marriott Vacations Worldwide, VAC, another earnings play from yesterday, another continuation down. VAC, continuation down. Hmm. Not a lifetime low, but it's certainly, it's if I had a lifetime candle, it'd be at the low end of it. It's only 10% down here. I'm going to try to rearrange these filters here. It's not easy. It's a bit of a bear. Well, not the best, but I was trying to get these two so I could quickly see the position in the days range and then the lifetime range. So at least I can see that right now very quickly. ZD, remember, shoot, because watching this one. So that was a nice, yeah, actually very nice. 40-cent move, 40-cent move. Forgot to keep watching this one, the ZD. All right, guys, 144. So I might only have about 15 minutes left. If you've got questions, good time to ask them. Kodak keeps making new high after new high all day long. Boy, old chemical company. Celanese earnings play. Celanese earnings play. Great reaction to earnings for Celanese. CE. Next high looking left. 42.50 has room. Well, this one, boy, I mean, this looks interesting. If it takes out 12 guys, I mean, AVPT, good volume, big float, just trying to curl down a little bit. AVPT. Not in this one anymore. The slow mover. This was one that it was on my break, so I decided to just get out of it. But another one from that scan. Well, from the tree map. Yeah, I may run this one on Monday. You just have to fill in this one. Maybe I'll put my bouncers toppers in. Or maybe what I should do is just get the Pepe scan up and running. All right, maybe get my gap continuation or reversal scan up and running also. Okay. This is a different look for Friday, or for Monday. Add some columns in here. Oh yeah, wrong. I can't do it that way. Maybe add a couple more. Okay, guys, listen, 151. I don't see any questions. I might just, I'm going to fool around. So, William, did you think it? I also put it on surf mode. Do you think that was a more of a distraction? I know I left my I left my screen up, and I know I put it on, but on surf mode though. I put it on surf mode also, so you know the charts were changing. Even FinFan, but surf mode though, not just the fact I'm displaying the screen. Okay. Okay, I'll do that then. Keep it on surf mode. Surf mode meaning it'll take any alert, any top list window that I've got. So for instance, I do have my couple little earnings plays. Surf mode was better. Okay, I'll do that then. It'll cycle through any top list window that I've got, take the top three as they're sorted at the time, move on to the next one. The next one, I'll also look at my price alerts window and also look at the AI. And it'll keep surfing through, just take the top three as they're sorted and load automatically. Well, watch. Just to keep it maybe a little more interesting. I found yesterday that it was surfing a lot more quickly, and I don't think that was good. In other words, there's only about three. Well, here, like this one, or maybe it's just catching up now. I don't have any control over that. So it's just going to load these symbols automatically over and over and over. It'll cycle through, as I said, any top list window I have, price alert window, the AI or Holly, and then it'll go through them all, and then go right back to the first one and just continue on and on and on and on. Now, how to stop it, I won't, but I mean, if you had it, you just click on a symbol. Okay, you can click on a symbol, that'll stop it. The other way to pause it, because you might, it may have a symbol up that you want to keep an eye on. So watch. Okay, so let's just say I wanted to see DNA. Okay, and I don't want it to move. So all I have to do is just get into any one of the charts. Okay, then the minute I leave the chart, it'll start again. I used to do it every now and then. You know, it's a way to kind of kick back if you've got several top list windows. Kind of kick back and have charts load automatically for you. And then all of a sudden, you see something, you go, "Whoa, I want to see this." You know, you just go into the chart and pause it, analyze it, and then do what you want to do with it, and then get out of the chart, and it'll start again. Obviously, this is a toggle also, toggle on and off. And then, but also the minute that you click on a symbol, that'll stop it also. You're talking about this list right here, Miko? You're talking about this gap continuation or reversal? Okay. So go to my homepage. I know I actually thought I would. Okay, not that link. Forget that link. Okay. I actually thought I would bring this back for earnings season because we'll get a lot of gappers during earnings season, either gapping up or down or reversing. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, Miko, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down, view scans, and right here, gap continuation or reversal. Okay. Now you won't see if you load it right now, you're not going to see all these. You'll see, you'll see it from when you'll see your symbol since from when you load it. So right now it's 157. So you'll see 157 onwards. Okay, you're not going to see everything before. Now it'd be a very active scan. So what is it? Just quickly, what is it looking for? So it's a multi-strategy window. It's called a multi-strategy window. Well, you can use it all day long. I think I put a 10-minute delay because I don't want to see it right at 9:30. Okay, I'm talking Eastern because it'll go crazy. I think I put I mean, you don't have to. I put a 15-minute delay, okay? So in other words, I personally do not want to see this until at least 15 minutes into the market because stocks, the first 15 go up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, so that's up to you. Okay, but that's what the time of day filter means. 15 minutes after the opening bell, 9:30. So I will not see anything, but for the balance of the day. But some people will say, "Well, I don't want that. I want to see it right from 9:30 on." So there's no best time. It all depends. So you know what I mean? There's no best time. But what it does, the multi-strategy window has 4 scans in it. Yap up and go. And they're color coded. So in order to see these, you're not used to anybody who's listening and not used to a multi-strategy window. In order to see multi-strategy windows typically are used for people that don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take, any alert window that you've got and put it into a multi-strategy window, put them all in. Now, that's not my issue, but a lot of times what I like to do is take kind of similar scans and put them in a multi-strategy window. So these are all gap type scans. Okay. So that's why I could break them out individually if I wanted to. Here it is. Here's the gap up and go individually as an example. The other thing is but let me go over them. So gap up and go meant at the time of the alert. At the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up, and there's filters in place. And then at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Gap down and reverse. At the time of the alert, the stock had gapped down and then it's starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Again, at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up, but is now starting to move down. And then the gap down and go, stock that gapped down, and at the time of the alert, it kept moving down. So some of you might only want to see reversals. Okay, so you don't have to have these all checked. If you don't, the gap up and reverse is sort of a short strategy. Gap down and go is kind of a short strategy. So if you don't want to see short strategies, you uncheck them. Okay, so it's up to you. And to uncheck them, you just literally click on the check mark and then it'll uncheck. So it's just a toggle on and off. Okay. And you can see that, I've got the strategy name, so you know what it's looking at: gap down and reverse. Probably on a day like today, where the market gapped down, kept gapping down, and now it's in a reversal. So probably see a lot of gap down and reversals right now. Now understand, you would have seen this probably a lot earlier. It's just that it's now making a new high. Yeah, surf mode is just, if I put surf mode on and then I back off, okay? Here's my pointer. I'll put it down here. It's just going to look at any top list window that you have open. So you could have several, maybe. It'll look at, if you have our AI, it'll look at the AI. It'll look at your price alerts window. And what it does is it'll cycle through to take the top 3 of each one of those and load the charts. Then you can see the name of it. Earnings plays down. You can see the name. Okay, so what it does is, again, it'll just take the top 3 as they are sorted and load them automatically, and then move on to the next one, and then on to the next one, the next one, and it'll just keep cycling. So let's just say, make it simple. Maybe you had 5 top lists window open. It'll go to your first one, your second one, and you cannot control. I don't think you can control the order of what it's going, but it'll eventually just cycle through all 5 of them over and over and over and over again. Now you could get different symbols, of course, because remember, it's looking at the top 3, and the next time it comes to your top list window, it could be a different top 3. Okay. And if you want to see, if you want to, now you notice how I think it spends about 5 seconds a chart. You can't control that. Well, that was very quick. Let's say 3 or 4. Well, that was really quick. Maybe it's about 3 seconds a chart. But if you saw a chart you wanted to look at more, you can just go onto the chart, put your pointer into the chart, and then that'll stop it. And then you can take a look at the. Oh, that's supposed to have stopped it. Yeah, you've got to click on the chart. You've got to click on it so the system knows you're there. Unless they change this. Interesting. They have changed that mode. Or have they? Maybe it was building up momentum, because now the point is that there's a way in which you can either do this also. You can just stop. This is a toggle on and off. You can pause it. So if you want to see the chart longer, then you can start it again. Or if you click on a symbol, it'll stop it. See how it's paused? I'm only doing this because I was asked to keep even when I leave, I'm going to keep my screen on so you guys can take a look at, you can still see things happening. Okay, and I put it on surf mode. So having said that, I think I'm out of here. Unless there are more questions, I will head out. For those of you in YouTube, I've put my homepage link in. That's the last link you see in YouTube. And you can, just to let you know, if you click on it, these are people in YouTube only, okay? And scroll down a bit. If you want to keep in an active trading room, you can just click on this and get into what I call the main room. And that room will be open sometime between 3 and 3:30, depending on how much action there is. Okay. So again, thanks for all the help all week long, guys. Much appreciated. Have a great weekend. I will mute myself now in the main room, but I will continue the screen sharing. And in our YouTube room, because there's nobody left to moderate it, I have to shut you down. So you guys have a great weekend also.